On the record, Alan? Good morning. This is day 10 of the evidentiary hearings in EFSB 22-03, D.P.U 22-21. Before we resume with staff questions for company witnesses, are there any procedural matters or other matters we need to address before we begin that questioning?
Nothing from the company.
Nothing from MIT, thank you.
Thank you. In that case, Mr. Wong, would you like to begin with questioning the witnesses who have already been sworn?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Sharkey. Good morning, panel. I'm going to start with just a couple questions on need, referring especially to the record request EFSB 5. So I'm also going to be cross-referencing the needs section in the initial filing. That would be page 2-27 in particular. And let me know when you're ready to answer. Thank you.
We're ready. And good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chatterjee and panel. Okay, so thank you for this response, for updating the need load in these substations. I am looking for some confirmations. So it appears that there is an across-the-board increase in the forecasted peak loads at the 3 substations referenced for East Cambridge. Is that correct?
That is correct. By across, if you're implying East Cambridge, Putnam, and Somerville, East Cambridge grows by about 14, Putnam grows by about 8, and Somerville grows by about 24 megawatts each.
Thank you. And I had a question about the company's statement about, so the company broke down this increase and explained that some of the previously predicted step loads have been delayed. Do you have, for the record, any reason for why those might have been delayed?
I'll defer to Mr. Martinez on that.
We don't have any information as to why the installations could have been delayed.
Thank you. To clarify that, so I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, the company monitors these step loads through, public information and also through these customers applying for future step loads. Is that correct?
We gather the step load information. Our customer group talks in our internal distribution engineering group. It's in direct contact with those customers that actually apply for the service, and within that process is how we gather the information to put on the step loads.
Thank you. So the delays would have been directly communicated to Eversource. Is that correct?
Yes, the delay would have come from the customer to basically our internal group. And when I say we don't have the information is, the planning department here, I don't have specific information on individual customers and why their installations could have got delayed and why we didn't observe that load. That's what I meant by we don't have the information.
Yes, to add to what Mr. Martinez has said. So, Mr. Green, we do know when they delay, right? That gets baked in, and that's why we are able to provide this information in record request 05, and every annual forecast will reflect if items get delayed, that they move along the timeline. The customer does not need to provide us information as to why they are delayed, and that's customers' their own priority information, so we don't get that information from the customer on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarifications. Okay. Would the additional information, and I understand that it's not your group doing this, but if you, to the extent that you know, do the customers updated, when they give updated information about these loads and when they come in, do they also adjust based off of, be it they have more information on how much load they need? Do they adjust the level, for example, like maybe they need more or they need less based off of their design changes?
That is correct. That can happen. And if I can refer you to the record request 05, we've seen that, for example, at station. Let me pull up Putnam 831 as an example. There is an observed increase of the existing step loads.
I'm sorry, Putnam
I'm sorry.
831 as an example, what?
Station 831, Putnam, there is as an example, there is a registered increase of the already existing step loads.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So now I'm going to cross-reference the table on page 2-27 of the petition analysis. And let me know if you need some time. Otherwise, I'm just going to ask the question.
We're ready.
Thank you. So, is this a good table to refer to look at the firm capacities, existing firm capacities of each of the substations that Mr. Chatterjee you had referenced before?
Yes.
Thank you. So I would like a statement in record request EFSB 005. Well, sorry, record request EFSB 5 rather. You have provided the adjusted loads. I just want to confirm, cross-referencing this other table in the petition, that it appears to me that the time of need for the project does not change based off of the load versus capacity. Is that correct?
That is our assessment at this time. So if you see the East Cambridge in the original petition, page 2-27, table 2-12, we had projected East Cambridge 875 load to be at 164 MVA, Putnam to be at 204 MVA, and Somerville at 102 MVA. There is not much room to add more load at Putnam, and we're already over in East Cambridge by 14 megawatts. And the difference between Somerville firm and Somerville load is roughly around 20 megawatts. Theoretically speaking, just sticking to the old petition, we would need to move load, start moving load somehow, starting 2028. If the project cannot be constructed by 2028, we would be over 875 firm capacity starting 2028. All else equal, the numbers we just went through in EFSB-5, that 153 MVA by 2028 would be higher by 9 megawatts, referring to table 2 of EFSB-5. Similarly, just a minute. I just want to correct that statement. 24.7 megawatts higher for 875 by 2028. And for Putnam, it would be 9 megawatts higher. So the need date, all else equal, actually accelerates prior to 2028, because instead of 3 MVA over back in table 2-12, we would be significantly higher than 3 MVA over firm capacity at 875. And again, looking at that same table 2-12, we only have 20 more megawatts to move to Somerville after we literally run out of all options to move load around between these 3 stations. So we would need to construct the station at or before 2028, not later.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. Does anyone have anything else to add to that response? Okay.
I should just, Mr. Wong, I should just clarify that table 2-12 of the petition is after the interim solutions, correct? So that table already shows the planned interim solutions to both Putnam and Somerville. With the growth on the load of, with the increasing step loads on basically the 3 stations, Mr. Chatterjee is correct. That need actually moves even up to like 2026 now. So our current plan is to continue with the 2 interim solutions, which is transferring load to Putnam in 2024, and then transferring load to Somerville in 2025 and beyond. But just based on what Mr. Chatterjee said, which is correct, we're starting to see overloads at East Cambridge now in 2026 based on this new route forecast. And we will have to, we're currently trying to develop a solution for that 2026 to 2028 timeframe, which is 2028, the date when we, when the solution is needed.
Thank you. So just to confirm what you're saying, Mr. Martinez, you're saying that the previously contemplated interim solution, which is being worked on, I believe, in Somerville and has already been implemented at Putnam, is not sufficient with this new forecast?
It's not sufficient to get us to 2028, no.
Can you, I know you're still doing the study, but can you describe what other operational interim operational measures could stopgap that?
So right now so overall we have Somerville, which part of the interim is the 3rd transformer. We have Putnam, which was also maxed out with the 4th transformer. And now we have the step loads of the load of the 3 stations that have increased. We've already, in the plant, we've already maxed out the East Cambridge to Putnam transfer. So we cannot go beyond the 34 MVA in the long term. We cannot go beyond that 34 MVA that was in the petition, let's say. We have the Somerville and East Cambridge now, that's the 2nd interim solution. Now, because the Somerville load is also, there is load growth, step load growth near the Somerville 402 stations, that is also going up. So now there's less availability to go from East Cambridge to Somerville because we then have to account for the Somerville growth load. So at this moment, we don't have a solution that is based on transfer loads to nearby stations. So we don't have the capability. We are mostly looking at emergency solutions now from 2026 to 2028, operational emergency solutions, not necessarily fixed transfer solution because we ran out of capacity basically in all the stations, in East Cambridge and the nearby stations.
And just to add to what Mr. Martinez just mentioned, it would be a really, really bad outcome for us to connect customers and then have those customers experience loss of load, which is where we're, as I'd mentioned before, there is no other option other than moving load between Somerville and Putnam out of 875. And these are based on step load additions. So there will come a time that we will unfortunately have to make some hard decisions to move customer connections out further in the forecast period, because we wouldn't jeopardize the reliability of the system. The only other option available to us is to bring in gensets in the streets of Cambridge, which again is not optimal. So we will have to see how this plays out. We don't have all the answers at this time. Forecasts will continue to move around, and we will have to continue to react to it in real time. Most importantly, though, the station is needed urgently, and I think if anything, that these record requests demonstrate that we're running out of options.
Thank you. Mr. Chatterjee, if you could, for the record, just explain or provide the full term for genset, please.
I meant diesel generators.
Thank you. And Mr. Martinez, is that what you had meant by emergency measures?
That is, yes, that is one option that the utilities have if they find themselves if they find themselves where they cannot supply the demand, and they could be at the point of damaging equipment. Basically, if we find ourselves on a point where we exceed equipment limit, one solution is spot generation that could help us deload that equipment.
I'm sorry, one solution is what?
Spot generation, diesel generations that we can easily interconnect and then deload the equipment that's above firm rate.
Thank you, and thank you for clarifying, Mr. Chatterjee. Okay, I'm going to move on to a quick question about the adjusted energy efficiency forecast. I believe in RR EFSB-5, the company describes that it has improved capabilities in its EE forecast. I just want a more robust description of what that means, if you could. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ang. So there's two things that refer to your question. I'll take table 1 out of record request 05 as an example to highlight the difference. In table 1 out of record request 05, you have the energy efficiency component of the forecast submitted with the initial petition on the left-hand side, and the energy efficiency forecast of the updated forecast issued by the company in Q1 of 2023. The major change that the company did is that in the original forecast, the company looked at its approved energy efficiency budgets and assumed those would be in place, and then held that number constant over the forecast horizon, not making a judgment on whether future energy efficiency budgets would be approved or what their impact is. Due to extensive stakeholder feedback, the company has decided to change that and now makes the assumption that future energy efficiency funding would be available over the 10-year horizon, with a continuation of the impact on the load. So what you can see in the right-hand table, in table 1 of RR05, is that we now have a continuation of that energy efficiency impact over the 10-year horizon, thus increasing the actual impact on the long-term load forecast.
Thank you. I appreciate that description. Could you, for my understanding, provide an idea for me of where this additional funding might come from?
The expectation is that the state would continue the energy efficiency funding as it does today. So this would be the company files 3-year energy efficiency plans, and the expectation here with the updated forecast is that the company can continue filing energy efficiency plans and will continue receiving energy efficiency funding at levels that would support a continuation of its work.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. And just because I don't know off the top of my head, when was the last energy efficiency plan filed by Eversource?
I can tell you that the company is putting in a new filing early next year, I believe.
It
Thank you.
was 2022 to 2024. So March of next year, we'll be filing our next.
Forgive me, I'm sorry. I got,
It was 20.
just a moment, I'm sorry. The Zoom screen froze in the middle of Wayne's question, and I need to ask you to repeat it, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
My question was,
Let me
could
tell
the
you what I
com-
have,
Yeah.
just because I don't know off the top of my head. When was the last?
when was the last energy efficiency plan filed by Eversource? And Mr. Walker had responded, and Mr. Chatterjee was supplementing that. Mr. Walker, could you repeat? Thank you.
My response was that the company will be filing a new plan early 2024.
And my response was that the last plan we filed was for years 2022 to 2024. And we'll be filing the next energy efficiency plan in March of 2024.
Thank you both. And if they are related, do these adjusted energy efficiency figures take into account what the company contemplates submitting in March 2024?
So those figures are based on the current plan that is still running, as we do not know what of the proposed plan will be approved. So we are taking the current known plan and projecting that into the future. If the future plan is approved, adjustments will be made to the forecast.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. I don't have, hold on, sorry. Just to round out the record, the company also talks about adjustments in solar and EV values. Could the company also just high level explain what those adjustments were caused by?
I'll defer to Mr. Walker to go through the details of the solar and EV forecast. But I do want to also make sure we characterize the changes in the transmission needs as well. We discussed the distribution needs, but I'll defer to Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. So I'll start with the electric vehicle component first. Again, I'm going to use table 1 of record request 05. That's just an example of the changes and the impacts. So what you can see in table 1 of record request 05 is that over the 10-year horizon, especially looking at 2030 as our target year here, the EV impacts have actually been corrected downward a bit. This is due to the fact that the company can now model more detailed mobility patterns. And as discussed in previous hearing sessions, we now have an understanding that the electric vehicle peak is going to likely be in the morning, while the system peak is in the afternoon. So with all the vehicles moving in the mornings, that does not coincide with the actual peak. So that was one of the adjustments we've seen. And of course, we continue to make adjustments as new data comes out, as new funding initiatives get started, and as we get updated registration data from the state. So this is a continuous cycle of updates. Second, on the PV side, the company has included a subtraction of the peak to accommodate for a certain amount of EV growth. I do believe as the attachment, we also submitted our irradiance data models that we nowadays use.
I'm sorry, we also submitted our what?
Irradiance data models that we use to model the solar output more accurately at time of peak. So that's another improvement on the company side to accommodate for those subtractors in a more accurate and more precise way.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to, Assistant Director Wong, direct you to Table 2-5 of EFSB-5. One of the most significant changes that result from the increases of loads at each of those three stations, but primarily at 875, is that now we have an N-1 transmission overload on Putnam to East Cambridge as well. We've always had an overload on North Cambridge to Putnam, but now that overload has now propagated downstream to Putnam to East Cambridge transmission line, and that has a significant implication of increased loss of load risk for a single transmission outage.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. And just so I'm completely clear, this has to do with the fact that in the petition, you had not contemplated that Somerville would not be able to take on, you had contemplated that Somerville could take on more load than it would have prior to this adjustment in the forecast. Is that correct?
Potentially. The increased load at East Cambridge in the new forecast of 14 MVA, we were in the petition as filed, we didn't share the Putnam to East Cambridge overloads, but they were sitting at 98 to 99% of their LTE, long-term emergency ratings. So a little bit of increase was enough to now also drive thermal overloads on that. You are correct that we could take some of that incremental 14 MVA of load increase net on 875 and move it to Somerville out of this load pocket. But again, that may or may not happen given that the loads at Somerville, native Somerville, are now increasing as well, which leaves us very little headroom. So that is correct.
Thank you. So I don't have any other need questions. Does anyone else on the siting board side have any follow-up or need related questions? If not, I'm going to move on to a couple of cost questions. I don't know if this is the same panel.
It is not, but we do have our cost-related witnesses available at this time. So, Mr. Eck and some other project team members will be available to respond to your questions on cost.
Thank you, Mr. Run. So I guess we don't have any other need questions. So thank you, Mr. Chatterjee, Mr. Martinez, Mr. Freeman, Mr. Walker. I'm going to move on to another set of questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Eck, and I forget who else was named, but Ms. Benjamins and Mr. Wells. Good morning, and Mr. Burnham. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to refer to some redacted responses. I'll be really delicate with asking the questions, but I will not get into the cost figures or detail. But basically, I'm going to be referring to record request EFSB-16 parens 1 and cross-reference those to information request EFSB-C-9 and EFSB-C-3. And let me know when you're ready to answer.
Sorry, is the first one EFSB-C-9?
Yes.
Thank you.
I have 16 up if you want to start your question.
Sure. So, 16 is a contract between buyer Eversource and seller BXP. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And included in that entirely redacted response is a cost for purchase between the buyer and the seller. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is that cost figure the purchase cost for the shell under BXP property?
The figure in the response to EFSB 16 parens 1 is inclusive of the cost of the shell that would have to build the underground substation. It includes the cost of the easement for the land, and it also includes additional infrastructure that BXP will be constructing on behalf of Eversource. Its scope is removed from Eversource scope of constructing the substation and allowing BXP to do it. There's a few components that either Eversource would not be able to construct, such as help me out, Chuck, here. The grid that we're installing.
The grounding for the shell of the
Thank
building.
you. The grounding grid will be installed on BXP's property in conjunction with their other development. So there's a few pieces like that of scope that was transferred to BXP that that we are paying for in that agreement.
Thank you, Ms. Benjamins and Mr. Eck. So thank you for confirming and clarifying. I'm going to refer to cross-reference to your response to EFSB-C-3. I believe that is also partially redacted, and it's a breakdown of the cost for the transmission and distribution components of the substation. Is that correct?
I apologize. I was still trying to bring up C3.
That is correct that C-3 does refer to the cost of both the transmission and distribution substation components.
Thank you. And Ms. Benjamin, you had said in your previous response that the cost described in our EFSB-16 is cost outside of the cost Eversource Eversource has contemplated for this for its building of the underground substation. Is that correct, or is there a slight modification that you want to make?
I'm not sure I understand the question. From the cost included and in C3 includes the agreement between Eversource and BXP. Those costs are included in this cost.
Thank you. Without using the figures here, I'm going to, I guess, Ms. Benjamins, could you clarify to me under which buckets would the cost from RREFSB-16 be included under in the tables for EFSB-C-3?
I could cover that,
Thank
Ms.
you,
Benjamins.
Mr.
So the tables in EFSB C3, there are, in response to sub-response C, is a table, and within that table there's a line item identified as 3, line item 3. In that same sub-response C, there is a table for distribution station, and there is a subcomponent line item 3 as well. The cost you're referring to is within both of those line items.
Just so the record is clear, there are 2 3s to both of those tables. I see, Mr. Eck. If you could confirm that, is it the second or the first 3 in each of those tables to which you were referring?
It is the first 3 in the transmission station table and the first 3 in the distribution station table. Oh, it's line item 3. It's not the first 3 line items.
It's that part is not redacted. So it's 3, which encompasses right of way and underneath in parens building/land.
Correct.
I'm sorry, building slash what?
Land.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benjamin. I was wondering if, I was pretty sure the line items themselves weren't redacted, but I didn't want to state them.
Yeah, I just checked. Thank you.
Thank you. So roughly, just back of envelope calculation, it looks like the addition of those 2 line items correspond to the cost described in our EFSB-16. Is that correct?
I'd have to look at 16. But...
It looks accurate.
Thank you. So, just to make this super clear on the record, in your response to information request EFSB-C-9 on page 3, you stated that your customers would only pay for the substation cost, and this is me paraphrasing, incurred as if the company were to construct an above ground substation at Fulkerson. Is that correct?
Correct.
So I think it's pretty clear, but just to get a affirmative, since that cost that we talked about earlier is included in the cost in EFSB-C-3, the cost is not in addition to what's being described here. Is that correct?
Correct. It is not in addition to what is being described here. The response is referring to the additional cost being taken on by Boston Properties to complete the construction of the vault. The costs that our customers are, as translated in this agreement, are paying for what would have cost to build, what it would have cost to build that shell and acquire the easements for the land, as well as the additional work that would be required from a grounding grid or some other components for the substation. None of these costs include the additional cost Boston Properties is taking on to complete the underground vault construction.
Thank you. And if you could, because I'm not super familiar with the response, I think I understand the outcome. If you're able to, could you explain for me to understand how the additional, the underground substation, in itself costing more to construct, how it's possible for Eversource to be whole without asking for that cost in addition to what it would cost to be constructing an above ground substation?
So Eversource is not paying for it. Boston Properties is paying for it. And this was a partnership between the City of Cambridge, the Cambridge Redevelopment Authority, Boston Properties, and Eversource to make this successful. So the City of Cambridge and the Cambridge Redevelopment Authority modified the zoning and the constructability rights for Boston Properties to be able to construct additional commercial real estate to offset the costs that Boston Properties is paying to complete the underground vault. So that cost is not something that Eversource has seen. Boston Properties has, we've co-designed the specifications of the vault so that we can fit our substation within it. But those are costs and construction agreements and components that Boston Properties has negotiated and worked through with the City of Cambridge and the Cambridge Redevelopment Authority to ensure that what they construct on top of their property can offset those additional costs.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. I know it's a little confusing.
It's a little confusing, and again, forgive me for asking. Maybe it might be a elementary question, but for the design of an underground substation and engineering, was that more expensive than designing and engineering an above ground substation?
That is a good question. I would ask my colleague, Mr. Zico, to help answer this question.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
So to answer your question and to go back to what Ms. Benjamin's had testified to, the core and shell itself is being undertaken by Boston Properties, and she very eloquently explained the cost sharing arrangement. As far as an underground versus an above ground station, once you back out the cost of the building, it becomes comparable. This is the exact same equipment that we're going to be using regardless. This is comparable to what we would be incurring engineering wise if we were to put the station in an above ground building. It's the same HVAC systems, heating, ventilating, and air conditioning systems, fire suppression systems, life safety systems, etc., are all the same that they would be for a station in an above ground building.
Thank you, Mr. Zico and Ms. Benjamins. So I have one last question on cost. It's more of a clarification because I'm not an economist. Could you just for the record explain at a high level the value of a net present value calculation, what it's useful for?
Primarily for net present value, you're focused on time, right? So when you're trying to make comparisons of different comparable cost estimates, you try and make apples to apples comparisons, and so you try and put them into similar time frames, and that's the intent of the net present value.
Yeah, just to expand on what Mr. Eck just said. So, the net present value is when you take a stream of future payments. It would be the carrying charges on the facility in this case, and you take that stream of payments and you convert it to an equivalent payment in today's dollars.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions. I think my colleague, Ms. Divakar, has questions. I would like to let anyone else on the EFSB side, if they have any follow-up on what I just asked, please ask it right now.
Mr. Wong, I do have one question I'd like to clarify for the record. Ms. Benjamins, you've had some discussion about the cost sharing arrangement with Boston Properties and costs associated with the construction that Boston Properties is taking on. While those costs may be included in terms of calculating the total cost of construction of the substation and related facilities, is it accurate to say that the company would not be, for example, seeking rate recovery for those additional costs if the company is limiting the cost collected from ratepayers to the costs of a comparable construction of, for example, a substation at Fulkerson? And I realize that's a mouthful.
Yeah. So if I understand what you're asking, you want to clarify that any additional costs that Boston Properties are taking on will not be transferred to the ratepayers. Is that correct?
I just wanted to confirm if that was the arrangement.
That is the arrangement. The only costs that we will be transferring to our customers are outlined in C3 as it pertains to substation, which is inclusive of the agreement with Boston Properties that includes the same easement costs that we paid for Fulkerson, the cost that we would have paid for the above ground shell, as well as some additional improvements that need to happen for the substation to operate successfully. Those are the only costs that will be seen in cost recovery.
Thank you, Ms. Benjamin.
You're welcome.
Ms. Divakar?
Thank you, Ms. Shaki. Just to follow up on that, I know we had this discussion earlier with Mr. Zico. So staying on the topic of costs, just want to clarify. So we did in our earlier discussion mention that the construction technique would be top to bottom, right? I mean, you would pour concrete and then you would make those slabs top to bottom. Does that construction technique how would you rate that construction technique in terms of costs versus something that you would build off the ground?
Well, I have never been involved in a top-down construction before, but it's important to note that the cost of the top-down construction is being incurred by Boston Properties and transferred to Eversource via the mechanisms that Ms. Benjamin had testified to. To the best of my knowledge, the only other way to build this below grade vault would, besides the top down construction, would be to start excavating like you would with a basement, like a foundation for a building or basement of a building. But then this is so deep that you would need to support the walls all the way down to keep them from tipping in from the weight of the soil, which is what the floors do. So that's why they use the top down construction. As far as how they cost out, I don't know that I can speak to that.
Fair enough. Thank you. I'll move on to some clarifications I have with the record request responses that have come in. So to begin with,
Could you just slow down just a tad?
Sure. So if you could refer to RRMIT 3 parenthesis 1 and RRMIT dash 3 parenthesis 2
Do the witnesses have those responses?
Thank you. My question is, could you summarize the discussions the company had with MBTA regarding the right-of-way crossings?
I would like my colleagues, Mr. Abdullah and Ms. Klein, to help answer this question.
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I apologize.
Right. So I was referencing the record request responses that came in, particularly RRMIT-3 parenthesis 1 and RRMIT-3 parenthesis 2. The question is, I'd like a summary of the discussions that the company has had with the MBTA, particularly with reference to the 3 right-of-way crossings.
For the S11C route, is that
Yeah, and
Correct.
yeah.
all right? So I don't have those in front of me, but you know, I can speak to the conversations that we've had about the route. You know, we've coordinated with the MBTA for a few years now. We initially came forward with an alignment that was to one side, I believe, the easterly side of the railroad. As the design advanced, we were coordinating also with the city of Cambridge around the multi-use path that would parallel and cross at certain locations along the multi-use path. So in doing that, we were able to get outside of the easement, like at locations where we were paralleling the path, but we were still in the zone of influence for the MBTA. So we've had coordination around what the direction from the directive was. And then at the crossings, we've had conversations with the T as far as getting approval via the waiver to not, for them to not require the company to cross perpendicularly, given the constraints of the offset at each side of those crossings. So we've had conversation with them about the possibility of lifting the tracks. We've had conversations with them about where we would locate manholes along the route, and we've gotten approval to move forward with our design along the railroad. Not approval to install the requirement still is to provide a full design, supportive excavation, et cetera. But we are far along in that process and developing, further developing design and looking to acquire we may have already acquired the level 8 survey, the geotech boring.
I'm sorry, we may have already acquired what?
The level A survey, which is inclusive of the geotech borings, which would give us the data required to design the actual crossing and supportive the excavation package.
So there, typically the MBTA would require 2 things that we've asked to be adjusted. One is that the crossing needs to be perpendicular, and as Mr. Abdullah explained, to stay in alignment with the Grand Junction Rail Trail, we would cross on an angle that's consistent with that rail trail. And the second piece is we would typically require to have a jack and bore underneath the rail And through conversations with the city of Cambridge and other work that they've done, we approached MBTA and requested that we follow similar construction techniques that the city did to lift up the track and do an open trench to install the transmission line and lay the track down. As we have testified, and I believe MIT has also testified, this track is used for maintenance of the cars on the system. So there is much less use of the rail line. So we can, so it does facilitate that type of construction, and MBTA has preliminarily agreed to that design.
Thank you.
And can I just add one thing, Mr. Bakar? And this is shown in our, as we've progressed the design and we've moved forward the S15 route, which I know we submitted in one of our record requests. I believe it was MIT-2 parens 1. We have moved forward with the plan to complete some trenchless crossings to cross some of the streets along the multi-use path, Binney Street and Cambridge Street. But as Mr. Abdullah and Ms. Benjamin suggested, we're going to be moving forward in conversations with the MBTA to complete those 3 crossings of the tracks themselves by open cutting, installing the casing, and replacing the tracks. And that's captured in our current drawings that was submitted as that IR response, or RR response, excuse me.
Thank you. Now,
let me just add just one more thing as far as the process,
sure.
Because the first step would be kind of having discussions with them around the alignment. And so that's the plan view where you're looking at Earth from the, from the sky, top down. We also have provided a sketch that is typically utilized to visualize our understanding for the T of their requirements in the directorate, like as far as the offsets and the ratio, the rise over run ratio, to depict what the requirement is, similar to like in previous testimony and the questions from you where you were referencing the diagram in the directorate. Similarly, on a case-by-case basis, they would want to see like a cross-section of how we understand and interpret the directorate so that we can move forward in our design. So we have also worked up those cross-sections in discussions and gotten approval to, keep moving forward. So.
Now, I'm sorry, are you done?
Yes.
Thank you. So again, with reference to RR MIT-3 parenthesis 2, just for my understanding, I'd like to clarify. Now, in the company's mail to Mr. Mellon, the following requirement was mentioned, that the minimum bending radius be 25 times the outside diameter of the conduit. If you could, elaborate your understanding of this requirement.
So that's our requirement. That's not from the MBTA. That's the company's requirement to, as we've been discussing, as far as the impact of pulling tensions and pressure, sidewall, type of pressure, like on the conductor itself. That's a requirement that we have for the bend. And it, based on the, sometimes we would use a high density polyethylene conduit. Sometimes we would use a polyvinyl chloride, like HDPE versus PVC, with an aggressive bend for the PVC that we're using on this project. If we were down to that level, meaning that minimum bend, that would be a manufactured bend that we deliver to the field. It's not something that
I'm sorry, the manufacturer bend that what?
We deliver to the field. It's not something we would field bend. It doesn't have the same modulus of elasticity as the HDPE does. But that's a requirement that we have to accommodate the concentricity, the continuous concentricity needs for the conductor itself.
Okay,
And,
so
and the way that, you know, we further accommodate that is depending on the output of the pulling tension analysis. We may need to shorten manhole to manhole distances in order to accommodate the pulling tension requirements from the maximums from the cable manufacturer.
okay, okay. So let me tell you what I understood, and please correct me if I'm wrong. So what you're telling me is with regard to the radii, the minimum radii, this is a requirement that the company has come up with, and it is basically to maintain the what you call the concentricity, right? I mean, how much it departs from the center line along the entire alignment. Am I right on that? Is that what you meant by concentricity?
So it does not go out of round, yes.
Right. And so so I also understand that this bend is nothing that you would, it is not a case wherein you would put in the pipe and then bend it. It would just be a bend that is pre-manufactured and then installed in an excavated pit along the alignment.
So if along the alignment, we had a case where we needed to be close to the minimum. I mean, that's a minimum so that it stays as a circle, right? A complete circle. It's not ideal, right? There's an impact, but that is the minimum. So if that were the case, yes, for the specific conduit material, PVC, that we're utilizing for this project, that would need to be pre-manufactured, like in the warehouse and brought, or at the manufacturing plant, brought to the site on a case-by-case basis. Yes.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
So once again, if you could clarify the terms concentricity and eccentricity that you've used in your responses.
So concentricity is the uniform diameter of the conduit, or the conductor of the circle. And so if we get into an eccentric round, then the radius, the diameter is not continuous. And at these voltage stresses, you could start to, and I'm not an electrical engineer, I'll put the disclaimer out there, but this is after many factory tours, et cetera. But you could begin to concentrate voltage stresses and partial discharge at the locations, and it would weaken the conductor because you're looking for the uniformity of the insulation to carry power from point A to point B. If it thins out at a dent or at some point, it's seen as the best location in the conduit to work to try to get to deep earth or ground.
Good. Thank you. That helps. Yeah. So I understand concentricity is basically about maintaining the diameter uniform so that, you know, the way you place the cables are, you know, at the same distances from the center of, you know, the conduit. And if it comes to, when you talk about eccentricity, it's more a discussion about how insulated these cables would be.
Yes, how uniformly insulated.
Yeah. Thank you.
So Ms. Divakar, could we take a short break right now?
Sure.
Why don't we take would a 10-minute break be enough? And then we'll break about 10 of 12, Alan?
Sure, thank you.
Okay. So why don't we take a 10-minute break and come back at 11:15? Off the record?
Donna, our witnesses may need another minute or so to get. Had a
That's
couple of
fine.
emerging issues that I think may be coming back on momentarily.
Okay, thank you.
I think our group is back on, Donna, but I just letting you know that.
Okay, thank you, David. Back on the record? Ms. Divakar?
Thank you, Ms. Shaki. So again, reference to exhibit RRMIT-3 parenthesis 2. So in this particular response, the company mentions, and I quote, there is a paragraph which begins, in this case, there are two radii back to back, and it ends with buildup of voltage stress at these reduced wall locations. I'd like some clarity on what the back-to-back radii are. And just so I understand better, I would urge the company to, produce the drawing, the design drawing that they had at RRMIT-2 parenthesis 1. I know in there are drawings that, detail out the alignment where the S15 crosses the ROW, the right of way. So if you could share screen on one of those designs and first try and explain what the two radii are.
Ms. Klein, would you be able to share your screen and talk through the question?
Sure. I guess my one question would be possibly to Mr. Abdullah, because I would just caution to say, I think what was being discussed in the email correspondence in MIT-3 parens 2 was probably a design and development that would have been one of our older routes. So I'm happy to pull up the drawings for S15 that we've completed. But Mr. Abdullah, I don't know if you can speak first. I can share my screen, but if you can speak to maybe what had been discussed at that time.
Yes, I am still trying to find in MIT-3 paren 2 the location that Ms. Divakar is referencing. So I have the record requested from the
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you.
Oh, no, I was saying that I have the request in front of me. I'm just looking for the verbiage that you were referencing, Ms. Divakar.
So there is a sentence which begins, in this case, there are two radii back to back required to accomplish each of these crossings.
So is there a page, like what I'm looking at, there's 8 pages in this email thread? Is that what?
I'm sharing my screen with MIT-3 parens 2, and it's page 4 in the body of that response that we were just speaking about.
Thank you, Ms.
From Eversource.
Okay.
Starting right here, Janelle. The two back-to-back radii.
Now,
Eversource is coordinated.
I asked for a discussion with reference to the currently, preferred S15 route. And I understand that all of these correspondences have happened on an earlier considered route.
So one thing I would say is I believe in that the body of that response, we're speaking about the possible requirement for a 90-degree crossing, which is what the MBTA typically requires. What we're showing here is a 45-degree, and I've pulled up our response to MIT-2 and I'm on page 11 of the drawing set. But I'll use this just as an example. We're showing that we're currently proposing to go at a 45-degree angle, but if you would look at this and assume we were going at a 90-degree angle, you could imagine that this would be a much more challenging bend for the pipe with the shortness of the bends, first to get from one side of the multi-use path to cross perpendicularly, and then to turn again up the multi-use path on the other side of the tracks. I believe the correspondence in MIT-3 is speaking to Eversource expressing concerns about utilizing the 90-degree bend or crossing of the tracks, which the MBTA typically requires, and us speaking to those challenges from an electrical perspective. And I believe the summation of that email chain was the MBTA agreeing to allow us to utilize 45-degree crossings, which, as you can see, we have incorporated into our design for S15. And I can walk down the path if that would be helpful to show all three crossings.
That wouldn't be necessary, but thank you for offering. Yeah.
So for the question in the body of this email, is the question, can the company solve the increase in pulling tension via installing manholes?
The question is, one is a very preliminary question, I guess. It's just for me to understand what are these two radii, back-to-back radii that the company is talking about.
Okay. So, right. I think big picture, if you're looking at the screen here that the slide is showing, the S-bend that you see coming from the far left and then crossing 45 degrees.
I'm sorry, coming from the far left, what?
The far left and crossing the railroad track at 45, your angle is 45, and then you're basically turning left if you're coming from the far left of your screen, and then you turn left to be south of the track, or maybe west based on the northern arrow on the sheet. But if you're going down in the installing of your cable, like in the conduit, at that point, yes, you're worried about your pulling tensions throughout. But in this case, if you're changing direction like that, the impact on the sidewalk is what you're really concerned about. Because if you can think about pulling cable like around a sector like of a circle, the pressure is on the inside, right, of the pull. And then you're turning and going back, and now the pressure is on the outside. And so those forces are opposing each other and working against each other. And so yes, you're worried about a small radius bend, but you're exacerbating that by now having an S bend in the cable. And so in order to mitigate that typically, which is something we've talked about in previous testimony, you would locate manholes in order to reduce the pressure that's kind of incurred on the cable itself. And for a situation like this, you would want the manhole to be as close to the first curve as possible, because the understanding is you want to feed that bend so that the conductor is not carrying the weight and length of that cable for, say it's a straight run, right?
I'm sorry, you got cut off. Say it's a what?
like a straight run of cable, like a long run of cable, if you're feeding the straight portion of that manhole to manhole segment, then you're carrying the weight of that cable, the friction in between the cable and the conduit. And so by the time you reach the bend, you've maximized on the amount of tension the cable will experience at that turn. And so in order to reduce that, you would add more manholes at shorter distances from what we're looking on the screen is the western portion of this route, and then also another manhole on the northern portion of this route further off screen, right? And so what we're showing here with the 45 angle is our first attempt to get a waiver from the MBTA so that we can extend that distance manhole to manhole, because when you add manholes, it's not just a large structure, you're adding a man-made kind of break in the conductor. And so you're looking to have a man-made fix, like a repair basically to the conductor. But for reliability purposes, you want to extend the manhole to manhole distance as much as possible so you don't add splices that could be, potential failure points. You want as much manufactured cable as possible. And so you really want your limitation to be the ability of the manufacturer to get a reel of cable to the site, not based on the routing and adding manholes and adding splices and shortening those manhole to manhole segments, because that reduces the reliability of your cable, like all things being equal, because you're going to accommodate the stresses so that you don't have an early stage fault. So in order to do that, you're going to reduce the length of these segments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Abdullah. Just to confirm, now that you've explained this well, what I understood from what you said earlier is, even if now there is a waiver from the the cable crossing at 90 to the cable crossing at 45, right? That's the waiver we are talking about, right?
That's
Now,
correct.
earlier on, you did mention that these bends would be pre-manufactured and then installed on site, right? So what I understand is these pre-manufactured bends are tested for sidewall pressure. They have been tested for, maintaining the concentricity and eccentricity factors, right? And they have been certified as safe for that particular material. Is that a fair reading?
There's two things. The concentricity is maintained and the limitation is for the largest radius material. So if we're talking about an 8-inch conduit, right, that's what we're trying to maintain the concentricity of the conduit, right? Mm-hmm. Because if the conduit is out of ground, then as the cable is pulled into it, that kink could cause damage to the cable jacket, et cetera, and have a similar issue, right, from an electrical stress standpoint. So when you're talking about the cable, that bending radii maximum or minimum, I should say, is based on the radius of the conductor. So we already know that we can achieve a smaller radius bend for the cable than for the conduit. So as long as we design based on the radius requirement for the conduit, we can pull the cable through. The tensions that we're talking about that are built up, that's based on the length and the routing of the actual cable. If that makes sense. The conduit won't be impacted. Well, the cable won't be impacted by the conduit as long as the routing accommodates the conduit. When we deal with the buildup in tension and the pressure on the sidewall, that's where the location of manholes comes in.
Okay. So it's
Can
basically.
I add something? Apologies, Mr. Vickar, just to get to what I think was part of your question. As far as the actual construction and when we're procuring and installing the conduit, beyond whatever's completed in the plant, if it's prefabricated or if any of the work, when work is on site, we have mandrel proofing, which is basically pulling like a wooden, I want to call it a football, but basically it's kind of shaped like a long bullet, which is dimensioned a certain way, which is actually pulled not only through at the end of each conduit run, but typically if we're having prefabricated bends or shorter runs during construction, to ensure that that concentricity is being maintained during construction. So we're checking for this throughout. This, there could be an issue during construction where there's, an issue with the concrete and a part of the duct bank has collapsed. We're checking throughout to make sure that ultimately we have a complete set of duct bank between, splice and termination points that we can actually pull the cable through, as Mr. Abdullah is referring to have, that the environment that is, ripe to allow the cable to kind of thrive in that space, between splice and terminal points.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So what I understand is the conduit design is the weaker link. Usually the cable, the allowed cable bends are more, the range is better. I mean, the conduit designs is what will determine how safe the cable laying is, right?
Well, I would say that is true for dictating minimum bending radius. Right. And so when we get into the conduit design and the routing, that really, like Ms. Klein said, that's really done through the lens of building an environment the cable can flourish in. So the cable in that case is what is driving the design for the duct system.
I'm sorry, for the duct bank, what?
I think he said system. It might have broken up.
Yes, thank you.
I hear construction or something.
It's on my side. I apologize, guys.
So Alan, are we good? Can we continue?
Yes.
Thank you. So now it's basically I'm referencing the communication the company has had with MBTA, and that is for S11C, if I remember correct. It's the same reference that we are on. Now, in his reply, Mr. Biggins draws the company's attention to the routing angle of the crossing over the MBTA rail tracks. And he adds that, the routing angle needs to be considered so as to determine the impact of the crossing and any constructability issues. My question is, how has the company addressed Mr. Biggins' concerns, and what were these particular constructability issues he was alluding to?
And you're talking about 3 parens 2, the MIT-3 parens 2?
Yes.
What page in that?
I'll need to look it up.
Stivakar, should I continue sharing my screen or can I stop sharing it?
You can stop sharing.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just thank you.
I don't think I see an email from Mr. Biggins in what I'm looking at. It's Brian Mellon and Aaron Wells from our side.
I'm sorry, it's Brian. I couldn't hear you. It's Brian what?
Mellon, M-E-L-L.
Yes.
And Aaron Wells from our side, from the company, the correspondence. I'm looking for the email or the feedback from Mr. Biggins in MIT-3 parens 2.
Ms. Tivakar, you might be referring to MIT-3 parens 1. That attachment.
It could be that attachment. It could be. Yeah, I'm just looking through. Yeah.
Yeah. So so parens 1 is correspondence with Kevin Biggins. Parens 2 is an excerpt from that thread to Brian Mellon. So it
Right.
probably is into, sorry, in 1.
Is in 1. Yeah, is in 1. Yes.
Got you. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. So you were saying, Ms. Divikar, correspondence from Mr. Biggins
Yeah.
was.
So, Mr. Biggins, even he adds, in his correspondence, he says that the routing angle, it needs to consider, the impact of the crossing and any constructability issues that come with it. So I'm just interested in knowing what were the constructability issues the company addressed in replying to these concerns.
So apologies. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, just typical when we're having a discussion around routing, we're kind of in a vacuum. We're designing a routing, and when we're looking for the waiver, it's around, like we're talking about, the pulling tensions of the cable, maintaining the roundness of the conduit the cable will be pulled into, et cetera. When we go to build, we've got to think about the congestion in the road, the traffic management, the design for supportive of the SOE, basically. And so I think the feedback from him, I would interpret at that time as, okay, it looks good. It looks like you guys understand how to accommodate the directorate and what your design should include, right? What should be taken into account. But once you go to build, we would need to see, the T would need to see a much more robust, fully baked design for the crossing, taking into account what's actually happening in the field. So that's how I would interpret the construction challenges, like as opposed to, okay, in design, in theory, you've met the directorate and we understand the waiver you're requiring helps you to meet your design basis, but there will be constructability challenges in the doing. And we want to know that you've taken that into account. And, the feedback typical to prior testimony here is, yes, we understand that. And this is something that is pretty typical for us. And understanding those challenges is why at the locations we requested a waiver so that we can accommodate our typical construction practices.
Thank you. I'd like to understand the nature of this waiver. So what I understand is there is a mention of 45 degrees, and it seems like MBTA has approved of the waiver. It's subject to the condition that the company has paid enough attention to the impacts it would have on the crossing and the constructability issues that are associated with that particular crossing, right? So I'd like to understand what is the nature of this waiver. So is this 45-degree angle set in stone, or is it going to be, you're going to go in and ask for a different kind of waiver depending upon what the crossing demands of the design?
No, so in the design, in staying in the alignment that we've coordinated with the city of Cambridge for the multi-use path, the waiver is intended at the specific locations along this route to tie the two paralleling duck banks parallel to the actual railroad, to tie them together. So that was the compromise, understanding, okay, we've accommodated staying outside of your easement. We understand we're still in the zone of influence, but we are based on the offset that is given to us by being in the multi-use path and offset from the track, in order to tie those, the best we can do is cross at this angle. If we were forced to accommodate and meet the directorate as it is written to the letter, then we wouldn't be able to achieve the alignment in the multi-use path, because that bend, that radius, those back-to-back radii that Ali showed on the screen would be too aggressive if you went from a 45 angle to a 90-degree angle and tried to turn the corner at such a tight radius with such a short section of the radius sector.
Okay. So what I understand, Mr. Abdullah, is this particular radii that you chose, 45 degrees, is basically to make sure that the crossing happens within the offsets available at this point, right?
Yes.
And that has been confirmed for all through the route, right? All along the route.
For the 3 locations that we're looking for.
Yeah.
You say something, Alan? Oh, for the 3 locations along this route that we're looking to cross the track, yes.
So further, the company would now, take into considerations how safe this bend is and how much it can, go in with the particular situation at these 3 crossings, and then determine what the actual angle of bend should be. Am I reading it wrong?
Yes, the actual angle is 45 based on the design of the actual multi-use path and the congestion in the area and where we've located manholes. In order to accommodate the maximum pulling tension, sidewall pressure, we have designed to.
I'm sorry, we have designed what?
To the 45-degree angle that we're showing in the S11.
Please correct me if I'm wrong again. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah. So what you're saying is at all the 3 locations where the ROW crossing happens, you're going to maintain an angle of 45 degrees, right?
To the track. The angle.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you've dropped out. The angle what?
The angle is reference of from the track to the short angle of the complementary or supplementary angles that make the 180 degrees track. Larger angles, of course.
I'm sorry, you're dropping up. Ms. Klein, could I ask you to mute when you're not talking? Thank you. The angle is referenced from the track to the short angle of the complementary or supplementary angles that make the 180 degrees of track larger.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I was saying the larger angle is, of course, 135 degrees. The supplementary angle sum being 180 degrees, which is basically a straight line. And so the track being our reference point, 180 degrees from 0 to 180 in a 4-quadrant system. The angle that we're talking about, that is the more aggressive angle, but more gradual than the 90-degree angle would cause us to meet the duct bank that would be in the multi-use path alignment offset from the track itself. And so in order to get from the extent of the multi-use path on the eastern side of the Grand Junction Railroad to the multi-use path alignment on the western side of the Grand Junction Railroad, the angle that would help us to achieve that and has been designed into our manhole to manhole locations is 45. So you're on mute.
Can I add a couple things to that before we move forward? Just to kind of bring it home. I think, I'm not sure if this is getting to your initial question, Ms. Tabakar, but the design that we've developed, that I pulled up, it's captured in MIT-2 for our S15 route. Those, 45-degree crossings, that is a design that we've developed, and we've identified and addressed any constructability concerns that, we've previously discussed with the MBTA, the city of Cambridge, and, that we've worked through to develop our designs. And one other thing I'd want to clarify, which I believe we've talked about in previous testimony, and I just want to make sure, because we're using the word sometimes interchangeably, there's a difference between the bend angle and the radius. The bend angle is, as Mr. Abdullah was just defining, it's the angle of the turn itself. There's also the bending radius, which is the arc of a portion of an arc of a circle that has a radius of a certain length. So when we say a 45-degree angle, that's not speaking to a 45-degree radius. They're actually two different numbers, and I just wanted to clarify that.
That helps. Thank you. Yeah, that helps to know. So from what you said, I get it that the constructability issues at all those three crossings have been taken into account, and then you've come up with an angle which will serve all three crossings, and that is the 45 degrees.
That's correct.
And this is something that the MBTA is aware of and is approved with your explanation of the constructability issues.
That's correct.
Good, thank you.
And right, they've approved the less than 90-degree requirement, like through a waiver, and they're looking for us to further design and mature the actual construction plans, the IFC plans, the issue for construction plans.
Ms. Shaki, I have maybe 4 or 5 questions more, and I understand the time is around 11:50. So if you want me to break at this point, yeah.
That would be very helpful. Thank you, Ms. Divakar. So we're going to take our lunch break a little early today. We're gonna break now and come back at 1:15. When we will finish up with the bench's questions for the company's witnesses and then turn to Mr. DeTore's questions or any other intervener counsel's questions of the company's witnesses. Thank you. Off the record.
Ms. Sharkey, I changed my headset to try to eliminate background noise. Can I confirm that it's coming in clearly?
I can hear you clearly and we appreciate it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, Ellen, can we go back on the record? Ms. Divakar, you had some more questions for the panel.
Thank you, Ms. Shaki. So at this point, I'd like to draw your attention to RREFSB 23-23. In this exhibit, the company provides the horizontal travel distances to the fire exit stairwell. I just want the company to confirm whether these distances that have been mentioned on all the floors meet fire safety standards for emergency evacuation.
Yes, they do.
Thank you. If you could refer to RREFSB-24.
I do not have that in front of me.
Mr. Zico, I'll email it to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Zico, just let me know if when you're ready.
It just arrived.
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna just open it up and okay, I do have that in front of me.
Thank you. So this is with regard to the capacities of the containment pits, the waste oil storage tank, and the holding tank that have been described in the exhibit. Just wanted the company to confirm the sufficiency of the capacities in the event of an emergency. So if you could indulge me, I would like a description of an emergency that it has been designed for. And basically what I'm trying to get at is just want to understand if the storage capacities matched, any required rates of disposing leaked oil and fire suppressants in the event of an emergency.
Certainly. And I would refer you to the, let's see, first, second, third, fourth paragraph of the record request 24. That'll be RREFSB 24. And each of the containment pits has a 20,000 gallon capacity. And that's what allotted, that has 14,000 gallons allocated for a full discharge from either the transformer or series reactor, plus a half hour of water discharge from the water mist system should it activate. So if you had a complete loss of all fluid with a half hour with a fire, you would be covered for a half hour, which is the industry standard for the oil containment. Once the pit got full, it would be manually emptied into the waste oil storage tank. And then from there, it would be manually pumped up to a 3,000 gallon holding tank on one of the first levels below grade. And from there, it would be vacuumed into an oil disposal or a hazardous waste disposal truck. So the pit will fill. again, it will take up to a half hour of water mist with full discharge of the transformer volume or series reactor volume, and then pumping into the other tanks, to the waste oil tank and the holding tank on the on one of the lower levels is done manually.
Okay. So, and this even in the event of an emergency, right? Is this an operation that would happen in the event of an emergency?
The high pressure water mist system is connected to the emergency generators. The pumps, I don't know if the manually activated pumps are connected to the emergency generator or not. I haven't looked at that drawing in some time, but there would be, again, the activation of those is manual, so it would be after the emergency is over that you would use those pumps to empty the pit into the waste tank, into both waste tanks.
Okay, thank you. So does the company have an emergency response plan? And if I'm missing out, if you could point, if you have already submitted, I would appreciate the company pointing me to what the exhibit number is.
The company has a general all hazards plan that covers a variety of events that the company may experience as an electric utility and gas and water utility for that matter. We do not have specific response plans for this facility, but I would speculate that we will probably need them just because of the unique nature, and we're a little bit early in the process to have those right now.
At what point is it usually prepared?
I would say that, you know, we would probably not work on that until construction is underway and we have the final designs, just so that we're not constantly amending it.
Right. So for approvals, you do not need an emergency response plan before the construction begins, is it?
Well, we do not need one. We don't need one, and I'm speaking for the operation of the station. I would imagine that there would be, you know, the company's typical safety protocols for any construction site that would be in force and effect for this, and we would anticipate having to augment those for the, you know, any special subterranean requirements, such as, you know, the need for additional forced ventilation or fall protection.
So your answer is, can I take it as it is still after the construction begins that the emergency response plan would be developed?
For the operational piece, yes.
Yeah.
And I was gonna say, I see that Mr. Eck is on, and, you know, if he may have something to add for the construction phase.
No, I think Mr. Zico captured the general timeline of things. First, we would want to have the project certainly approved before we advance any conversations with the permitting agencies. It's those permitting agencies that may request additional information in terms of response plans. And in fact, Mr. Zico is in constant communication with, for example, the City of Cambridge Fire Department. And I would imagine that there'll be certain plans that will need to be developed in coordination with that agency. And that's just an example, but Mr. Zico is right that we would anticipate that would be through the early stages of the construction that we would in parallel be finalizing these plans.
So from
and certainly sorry to cut you off, Ms. Divakar, but and certainly we wouldn't be allowed to operate until we had such a plan in place, at least as far as a company's position.
So it's from what you say, Mr. Eck, I hear that it's during the permitting phases that you would develop such a plan, not before, right? when you apply for the permits, for the construction permits?
Again, it's specific to the permitting agencies, but if such plans were developed, it would be at that stage that you anticipate those plans to be developed.
Okay, thank you. Does the company plan to take actions in order to train and equip both its personnel and the City of Cambridge Fire Department to respond to any fire emergency during construction?
I guess, Mr. Zico, I'm not sure if this topic has come up in the coordination meetings we've had with the fire department, but maybe you could speak to it.
The topic of during construction has not come up in the talks that I've had with Cambridge Fire. As this is being constructed, it's going to be just as though it were any other below grade facility. There'll be no unique high voltage hazards present in the station, or other potential hazards that are unique to an electrical substation. And the city of Cambridge, there's below grade construction all over the city. I would imagine that, again, that there may be some augmentation to the company's standing construction safety practices, just because this is a unique thing for the company. But nobody has really discussed during what emergency response plans would be during construction, at least from the city of Cambridge's perspective.
I think I got your what you mentioned about when the emergency plans would be ready. I'm just asking if the company has any commitment to train personnel on site. Other than
we do have,
outside.
we do have our standard, onboarding of contractors, and that does include, safety protocols as well as other protocols that the company may have.
So I think what Ms. Divakar is getting at, John, is the program that we currently have where we train firefighting and safety personnel to safely work in emergency situations around our facilities. And I can just add to that we've been meeting about once a month with Cambridge Fire to work through what those safety protocols are and to make sure that the station is constructed to be safe. And part of those conversations are the training and the requirements that will go into the safety piece. Can you add to that, John?
I was going to say, I would just add to that we're a bit premature in the project to start getting into specifics of those, but we do reach out to fire departments and first responders in all the communities where we operate. And there's a gentleman in the company that is responsible for that, and he is a former firefighter himself. So he knows both sides of the business, and he does conduct those regularly in all the communities where we operate.
I'm sorry, he conducts, what did you say?
He conducts training programs for firefighters and first responders in all of the communities where we operate.
Thank you. Now, sorry?
I said, I hope that helps.
Yeah, thank you. So please refer to, this is RREFSB -26 parenthesis 1. If it helps, this is page 5 of 11.
And that was 26 parens 1, did you say?
Yes.
Okay. I have that in front of me.
So here I'm particularly interested in the meeting notes for the 1st of August 2022, where the company states that it discussed the EFSB intervener process with MIT.
Ms. Benjamins, could you speak to that one. I was not at that meeting, so I do not have any testimony to offer on that topic.
Fair. So the question is, now, based of this, if you had to explain to a potential intervener on how the EFSB process works, how would you do so?
That's a very good question. The processes we explain to constituents is that the process allows for entities to participate on multiple levels. And those different levels are dictated by whether you bring on counsel to participate. The intent of the process is to be open and to provide opportunities for various entities to comment, as well as provide guidance on the project. We go through the process and we explain that, the first step is for us to file our petition with the EFSB. And once the petition is filed, at that point, the EFSB schedules a public comment hearing. Following the public comment hearing, the EFSB will request written comments on the project, as well as any interveners that would like to participate in the process. And at that point, if they want to be a formal participant, that they would submit that documentation specifically with the EFSB, and the EFSB will rule on interveners. We say that there is a requirement that the intervener needs to demonstrate they're directly impacted by the project, which everyone that we're working with typically does have some significant or some level of stake in the game. But that we encourage any entity that we're working with to be part of the process. We think a project is stronger by people participating, whether they have concerns or they're in support of the project. And that's what we communicated with MIT.
So according to you, according to the company, what is the scope of participation if it is an intervener we are talking about?
The scope of participation. I'm not sure I'm understanding.
Are you asking like from a legal perspective, or are you just saying more informed?
I'm more interested in the company's opinion about what participation through intervention would mean in the FSB process.
It means that the interveners can participate in the adjudicated process by putting specific documents on the record, to be able to review all the documents and materials that are presented through the record, and then to also be part of the process of either bringing witnesses to testify or to question the company's witnesses.
If I may ask, according to the company, at what stage of the project development are you expecting intervener participation, and what is the scope of participation at that point?
So maybe I should just step back for a second, because our intent in community and stakeholder engagement is to attain all feedback, concerns, support prior to filing our application with the EFSB. At the point of filing, it has always been our goal to understand the concerns of the constituents and to ensure that we've addressed them to the greatest extent possible. In the case of every project, you have multiple entities that have opposing views that we're working diligently to balance. And what our goal was in a project such as this, to not be able to meet every entity's goal, but for them to understand the balance that we were trying to implement and why we came to the decisions that we did. And a really good example of that is the Somerville routes, where we felt that as a company working to balance reliability, cost, and environmental concerns, that the additional costs that the noticed alternative would put on the shoulders of our customers was not something that we felt that we could put into the record. And so subsequently things changed that offset some of that cost, but we made that position and the our reasoning clear when we sat down with the city of Cambridge and spoke through it, as well as other entities. So to us, being an intervener is the last step in a very long process that we undertook to design a project that really balanced the components that the siting board is looking at, as well as Eversource's goals.
Thank you. So here is an observation from the same, based of the same exhibit. I observed that the matters discussed with the MIT team were directly related, or should I say more relevant to the project, as opposed to matters that the company brought up with the MITIMCO team. Would that be a fair observation?
Sorry, matters that the company brought up what?
With the MITIMCO, M-I-T.
Okay, thank you.
Would that be a fair observation?
I think what you're saying is that we were more clear with the facility side of MIT about participating than MITIMCO. Is that what you're asking?
So from the meeting notes, I understand there's a lot of discussion about the routes, a lot of discussion about, changes anticipated, etc., on the routes, on the preferred routes, etc. And most of that discussion seems to have happened with the MIT team and not the MITIMCO team. Is that a fair observation, that is the, the content of discussion was more on those lines with the MIT team than with the MITIMCO team?
No, I think we worked with both MIT and MITIMCO extensively. They do have different levels of scope and understanding their roles and responsibilities. We tried to make sure that if that was a specific role of MITIMCO, that MITIMCO is at the table, but also with the intent of keeping the facilities team aware of what we were working on. Because of the location of the project, there were certain conversations that really only pertained to MITIMCO, such as development of the Volpe property and co-location of the transmission line. We have gotten more involved with their engineering team as the Volpe engineering has advanced. But as it came to co-location of facilities, specifically in Vassar, there was and continues to be an overlap with the goals of MITIMCO and MIT. One of them being that anytime you're touching MIT property, you have to work with MITIMCO, and then MIT is looking at campus-wide how all of their infrastructure is working. So I would say we worked with both teams a lot and consistently.
Thank you. Now, if I may draw your attention to page 11 and to the notes on the meeting that you had on October 19th of 2023.
Yes.
So in there, going by the company's notes, the parties discussed design, review, components, and considerations. It says Eversource's route alignments along Vassar and Ames Street, and MIT facilities along Vassar and Ames were discussed during this particular meeting. Can you confirm?
Yes.
Can you, in general, talk about what came off the meeting and what the meeting, what were the topics that it began with and what came off the meeting?
The meeting held on October 19th was one that we had been working on scheduling for at least a month or so, to sit down with MIT to walk through our design in detail so that they could have an understanding of how we were accommodating their infrastructure, as well as demonstrating that the space that was available to construct the project. So we went through all of our design drawings and went into very specific detail of here's the steam lines, here's all of these MIT crossings. The city of Cambridge did host the meeting. And so there was a lot of conversation about in-street construction and how that's done. So how do you support infrastructure that's moving in parallel, as well as infrastructure that's perpendicular? We had a lot of conversations about how you dig the trench, maintain the walls, what size the trench needs to be. We also went into considerable discussion about the fluid backfill that would be utilized, which was a concern of MIT. So the meeting was over 2 hours long. We did state at the end of the meeting, the city was very clear about what their position was, that they wanted to find a solution to move forward, that the city was in support of the routes that Eversource had designed. And they wanted MIT to really think about what their position was, because the city was also going to be filing testimony in support of the routes that Eversource had proposed. We did commit to follow up and meet again, which we did do on Monday, which was November 13th. And the November 13th meeting, we went into extensive detail reviewing the MIT routes as they're proposed and going through some of the statements made by WSP about reliability and how to design a project, so that the MIT team was very clear on what we provided. The city of Cambridge also took things a step further, where the city, since they own the streets, is also concerned about the consistency of the fluid backfill. So the D.P.U arranged a sample pouring where they actually dug a pit, put in a conduit, filled it with the fluid backfill to the specifications that we would be using on the project, and then covered it over. It does take at least a month to cure, but Cambridge invited Eversource and MIT to observe this exercise, which happened Monday morning, November 13th, and then has invited everyone back in January, where they'll pick a day and bring out a different contractor that doesn't know where the pit is to dig it up and really be able to see the consistency of the fluid backfill and to demonstrate the ability to work around it as it is in the ground. So that was something that we also discussed on the 13th. Oh, you're on mute.
Thank you, Ms. Benjamin. So this is with regard to exhibit RR EFSB -28 parenthesis 2. There is a deck of slides that are provided there. Now, some of those slides make reference to existing below-grade urban substations in North America. I'm just curious as to what the company intended to communicate with the information on this slide, and who were the target audience.
Do you mean our EFSB
28 parenthesis 2?
I'm not sure that's the correct reference.
Could you just double check the exhibit list?
Yep.
Record request 28 concerns any of the company's prior projects that are parallel or adjacent to the MBTA tracks, and asks for the company's examples. It doesn't address the issue that I think was part of Ms. Divakar's question.
Okay, let me base this question off another record request response that came in. Record request EFSB 12, wherein the company discussed the Anaheim substation case. Now, during presentations that the company made to the various parties, it was observed that there was reference to a couple of other underground substation projects, and both of them outside the Anaheim case happen to be in Canada. Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah. So could you name the two cases that were referenced?
I believe you're referring to page 56 of record requests EFSB 26-2. There is a substation in Vancouver that we were referring to, and also one in Toronto.
Right. Could the company provide a comparison of costs of these two substation projects that are outside the Anaheim case to what is proposed for Binney Street on this project?
I do not believe we have access to any cost information from the facilities in Canada. We can look into that, but I don't think it's any part of the public record. And we have some level of detail on the Canadian substations, but John Zico, can you speak to your understanding of the level of detail that we have for the underground stations in Canada?
Yes, thank you. For both the British Columbia and the Toronto station, Vancouver, British Columbia, and Toronto station, we only have some very high level technical data on it. We did have a conversation with British Columbia Hydro, who built the station, and the topic of cost didn't come up. We really were more, at that point when we talked to them, we were really more interested in some of the technical challenges that they needed to overcome. We have tried, but have not been able to talk to anyone at Toronto Hydro. We've reached out numerous times. We just don't seem to get anywhere. But we do, the information that we've presented on it is what's available in the public domain. There was some YouTube videos on it and items like that.
Thank you, Mr. Zico. So those are the questions I had, Ms. Sharkey. Just in case anyone among the EFSB staff have more questions.
Thank you, Ms. Divakar. I believe Mr. Wong has some additional questions.
Yes, I have one question. I'm just pulling it up. So earlier this morning, we talked about the costs in a purchase agreement between BXP and Eversource. Do you recall that, Ms. Benjamins and Mr. Zico and
Yes,
Mr.
I do.
Eck?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. This is hypothetical, but just so it's clear for the record, would Eversource still incur this cost if, for whatever reason, a substation in that location was not built?
The agreement will only be executed if approval is received from the EFSB.
With BXP?
Yes. So just to repeat that in a different way and confirm if it's correct, if approval was not received by EFSB for this substation, BXP would incur the cost itself, and yet Eversource would not have to purchase the shell. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so final question on that would be, therefore, just to finish that thought, therefore, there wouldn't be a risk of having to recover that cost through customers anyway.
If the project was not approved, the cost of the agreement would not need to be recovered. We still have the investment made of the design and all the costs have incurred to date.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe that concludes the bench's questions of the company. Mr. Dutore, do you have questions for the company's witnesses?
I do have a few questions, if I may proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Eversource panel. Mr. Abdullah, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dutore.
Sir, I believe you had testified earlier this morning in response to questions from the staff. I think you said something like that you had, or that Eversource had received a level A survey. Do you recall that testimony?
No, I do not.
You don't recall saying that you see?
May I jump in, Mr. Dutore?
Oh, of course.
I believe at the time Mr. Abdullah was speaking to the proposed trenchless crossings for the S15 route, and he was saying that he thought that we might have gotten level A survey or geotech data. I believe to date we've only completed borings for the crossing of the GLX and the commuter rail to Charlestown Street in Somerville. I do not believe at this point we have completed the geotech along the Grand Junction corridor.
Okay. So what level A survey data were you referring to?
You'd have to point me to the reference in the transcript for me to answer that question.
It's in the real-time transcript. I'll get the reference, but you stated we may have, I just wrote it down, we may have already received the level A survey, which is inclusive of the geotech borings, which would give us the data required to design the actual crossing and supportive excavation package.
Right. So in context of the discussion, I do remember the discussion. In context of the discussion, I think what I was trying to hold on just a minute. What I was trying to express was that when I was the lead engineer on the project, I was describing the time invested in the maturation of our design within the multi-use path and also the coordination with the MBTA. And I was saying, when we were talking about the routing, the requirement for the waivers, et cetera, we had approval in good faith in working and coordinating like in good faith with the rail owner to move forward. And in order to get to an actual approval of the designed crossing, we would need level A survey to finalize the design.
Right. And when you said you may have already received level A survey, what were you referring to?
So do you want me to repeat my answer again, or?
Well,
Because that was the context that I was trying to give. So now I'm trying to be clearer for you. So that's what I was answering. So
I'll try to make my question clearer. So it would be misinterpreting this testimony or these words to say that you had received from some source a level A survey. That's not what you were saying?
Right. That would in fact be a misinterpretation. My communication was centered around me not knowing if we had received it. So that's why I was leaving it open to like Allison or Chuck to answer if we had actually received it. My
I understand that.
centered around me not knowing if we had received it.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
If we can now turn to the company's response to record request RR-MIT-1, page 2 of 3. And in particular, the third sentence that starts figure 4.4 of the analysis. And I would ask whoever's going to respond to these questions just to take a moment to review at least the first part of that paragraph.
Do you please repeat the reference?
Of course. It's response to record request RR-MIT-1, page 2 of 3. The first, well, at least partial first paragraph, third line down, towards the end of that sentence, which starts figure 4.4 of the analysis. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
Okay. And if you or whoever's going to respond to the question, just take a moment to review the rest of that paragraph. And just let me know when you complete it. Take your time.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. So is that language stating that figure 4.4 depicts route segments that are not part of the 79 routes that comprise the company's universe of routes?
What that is saying is that figure 4-4 includes everything that was analyzed, and various versions of that was shared during our stakeholder meetings. Would you like to add to that, Mr. Howard?
I would. It also refers to specific segments that could have formed different entire routes from point A to point B, Mr. Dettori, that were discussed in detail with the stakeholders during the route selection process. That exhibit that you're referring to as noted here, and was also attached to several of the meeting discussions we had with stakeholders throughout that process.
I'm obviously having a bad day at asking clear questions. Let me try it again. So are you saying that on figure 4.4, there are route segments that are not part of the 79 routes that comprise the company's universe of routes? And I just ask you to at least start with a yes or no, and then feel free to elaborate however you want.
The questions are never yes or no questions, Mr. DeTore, but I will do my best to be respectful to your ask. The table and the reference to the 79 routes talks about complete route segments, but in the evolution of that table, there are streets, roads, rail in between that were looked at that didn't ultimately compile an entire route because they were dismissed for various reasons. So they go together. It's not just the table, it's that supplemental figure, it's the additional supporting narrative that's in the petition, it's the summary meeting notes that have been attached thereto. It's the complete package that describes that routing analysis.
Okay, so right now we're just talking about figure 4.4, right? And so are you saying that, let me take a step back. So would you agree that figure 4.4 is a graphic depiction of the 79 routes that were included in the company's universe of routes?
Within that graphic,
Can you mind at least starting with the yes or no, and then feel free to elaborate as you'd like? Does 4.4, well, let me then ask you to turn to page 4-18 of the company's petition.
Yes, sir, I'm there.
All right, and the middle paragraph.
I need a minute.
What? I'm sorry?
I need a minute to get there.
Oh,
of course. I apologize.
Please let my colleague catch up. Sorry, Maya. Page
It's
4-18, Maya.
4-18, it's the middle paragraph that begins for brevity and ease of review, and it's the last sentence of that paragraph.
Okay, I'm there. Thank you.
Okay, so the last sentence states, figure 4.4 on the following page provides a graphical depiction of the universe of routes within each respective study area. I think that was the question I asked you a minute ago. So is this sentence accurate?
That is accurate.
So any of the segments that you are talking about in the response to RR-MIT-1 would be segments that would be included somewhere within those 79 routes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to next turn to attachment MIT-1-28 parentheses 1, page 10 of 12.
I'm sorry. Would you please repeat that?
Absolutely. We put up on the screen as well.
Oh, okay. I see it.
I'll be happy to repeat it if that.
No,
if that's
we're good. Thank you.
Okay. Actually, I think these questions might be for Ms. Klein, but feel free to respond. On the bottom of this, it states issued for bid, not for construction. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And so what's needed to issue a bid for construction?
To develop the design beyond what we've captured here, we would obtain the quality level A survey, which is getting test pits to locate certain utilities, Z-cuts to confirm that we have the space where we're currently locating vaults and any other actual locates in the street. And that will feed the design moving forward. Basically, up to this point, we have, as I outlined in my testimony last Friday on November 3rd, the designs to get to this point have been developed, utilizing level B survey, which at this point includes record data, going in the field and locating manholes, getting invert data, et cetera. To progress the design further, we'd obtain that quality level A data, which is a targeted location of actually trying to verify all the data that we have to date. The design is then progressed, and then we would also work with any permitting agencies to ensure that we can get our design permitted with any party. That might be the MBTA, MassDOT, MWRA, et cetera. And at that point, once we have the designs updated with the permits or with that feedback to obtain the permits in the future, then we would feel that our design is at an IFC level.
And then at that point, it would be put out to bid for construction?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Well, if I could expand on that, Mr. Dettori.
Of course.
Okay. So there are times, and this project is an example, that we may go out for bid with earlier versions of design. And that's primarily due to the tight timelines that we have involved in our schedules. So it may be possible that we advance our RFP, basically request for proposals, in advance of the IFC, so that we can have more timely award of contracts once and if we get our project approvals.
Thank you, sir.
That's correct. Thank you, Mr. Eck, for clarifying. I would just add to that we would move forward with construction only with the IFC package. So all of our civil contractor would get that as a supplement, and they would use that to install the design.
And then over on where it says notes, do you see that on the page? Note number 3 says size and depth of all utilities are assumed. When will you know the size and depth of the utilities?
We will, when we complete the level A survey program, we will try to identify, and obviously we can't dig up the entire route. Otherwise, at that point, we might as well just be installing it. But we'll be doing a targeted check of a number of the utilities. I think what that's getting at is that, we're using the best data that we have available to us, which is the record data, as I mentioned, locates in the street, the inverts, et cetera. There's a lot of times where the utility data that we obtain from other parties doesn't necessarily have 100% accuracy, which is common for underground construction anywhere. And that's really what we're trying to confirm to the best of our ability when we complete the level A survey program to obtain the test pits, Z-cuts, et cetera.
I'm sorry, what kind of cuts? Z-cuts?
Z-cuts.
Thank you. Now there are a number of boxes on this that are labeled curve. Do those represent vertical curves in the proposed route?
It depends on whether you're looking at the plan view or the profile. Where there's, and I apologize because if you could possibly zoom in a bit.
Sorry. Look in the bottom part, whatever you call that.
Yep, so if it's identifying a curve in the plan view, that's talking about a horizontal turn.
Okay.
Basically from the bird's eye view. If it's a radius that's identified in the profile, that's a vertical bend that's being proposed.
Okay. So does each box represent a separate curve?
Yes, that's correct.
So that on what we're showing on this page, there would be 10, I'm counting right, 10 curves?
It looks like it's identifying 6 of the boxes in the horizontal plane in the plan view, and there's a number of different radii identified in the profile. So I would imagine there are more than 10 bends captured in this stretch of the duck bank.
Okay, thank you. And that was my other question. When it says R, in the sort of the first entry under the word curve, R stands for radius.
That's correct.
Okay, and you've mentioned before that the minimum radius is 50 degrees that the company uses for its standard.
That's typically the minimum radius that we like to design to. There are certainly locations, as I believe we've previously testified to, that we might accept, but that's all assessed depending on the pulling tensions between any given set of manholes. And it's also very dependent on the existing infrastructure that we're trying to route through and if a certain location requires it. Ideally, we try to minimize the radii to 50 feet to ensure that we're not going to have issues as much as possible, with pulling tensions and sidewall pressures. But as previously discussed, we do still complete those calculations for every termination to splice and spliced to splice segment.
Thank you. That completes my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dettori. Do any of the other interveners, council, have questions for the witnesses?
None
Thank you, Mr. Olson.
for the city of Cambridge. Thank you.
In that case, Mr. Rosenzweig, do you have any redirect? And if so, would you like a break before doing so?
Yes, why don't we take a short break and I can report back whether we have any redirect to perform.
Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break. Come back at 2:25. Alan, can we go back on the record? Mr. Rosenzweig, do you have redirect for your witnesses?
We do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Witnesses are excused. We appreciate your participation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next order of business would be moving the exhibits that have been marked for identification purposes and that are most recently reported in the draft exhibit list the company provided, dated November 16th, 2023. Does anyone have objections to any of the exhibits listed on that draft exhibit list being moved into evidence?
Starting off, Shaki, we have no objection to that. I don't know if we've had a chance to review it in detail to make sure it includes all the exhibits, but certainly nothing that's listed there would we object to.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeTore.
Cambridge has no objection.
Thank you, Mr. Olson.
No objections from the company.
At that, in that case, I would entertain a motion to move the exhibits into evidence that are listed on the draft exhibit list.
The company would so move.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenzweig. The next order of business we would like to discuss would be the briefing schedule. And perhaps we could go off the record to talk about that scheduling. Off the record? So we didn't end up with any record requests today. In which case we would not have the 1 week lag we would normally have in terms of setting the record requests
Briefing schedule.
For the briefing schedule. Joan, I'll move it back in when we go back on the record. I was thinking we might do 3, 2, 1, but I was wondering if anybody has an idea on how that would affect their holiday schedule.
Sorry, David.
That's okay. I was just on your 3, 2, 1. Tell me, I was thinking simultaneous briefs, maybe 3, 2, but I just want to make sure I understand when you said 3, 2, 1, what the sequencing would be there. Not so much the dates, but what would the different pieces of it be?
I guess my assumption was that we would have the company's initial brief, then we'd have the interveners briefs, and then we'd have a company reply with, I suppose, potentially a reply letter if necessary after that.
Reply letter from opposing parties or different parties?
If there was a need to clarify anything from any of the parties.
So that sounds a little backwards to me from the way usually the company closes, or it's either simultaneous or the company closes.
Well, I thought given the level of back and forth in terms of the rebuttal and the surrebuttal, we could be better served by not having simultaneous briefs particularly for each party's initial brief. But the council should feel free to express their opinions.
David.
Yeah,
please.
sure. So I mean, there's always the normal model, I think, is simultaneous brief, and I've always taken that as an indication that the citing board, at least up front, wanted as much before it and as complete before it, not kind of in a staggered sense, but have, all the facts gathered and argued by the respective parties as early as possible, not to play out over time through a sequence of briefing. I don't really see anything unusual here. I mean, there often are contested cases and contested routing matters, and offhand, I'm not familiar with a case where the company didn't close with its briefing or have the right to close with its briefing. Seems somewhat backwards to me. So I'll let John speak, and then we can kind of go back at it as needed.
I think, you know, our concern here, and David and I have talked a little bit about this too, is that I think it's a somewhat of an unusual case because for two reasons. Number one, say 90% of the company's case really isn't contested. You know, the staff has questions, but no interveners have really raised any issues really other than MIT. So the concern that I think we had was that the company's initial brief is going to be primarily on all the elements of its case. I'm not sure how much they're going to really devote to MIT. And what we don't want to have happen is the first time that we see the company's full sort of rebuttal brief to MIT is on the reply brief. And if it was simultaneous, we wouldn't have a shot at responding to it. I think the other way to think of this is in some ways it's almost like there are two petitioners. I mean, the company's got, 90% of it, they got all their routes, but we're not really opposing 90% of the company's case. We're kind of putting our own case on as well, too. So I hear what David's saying about last word. I don't feel wildly strongly on how we do it. I just want to make sure that we have a shot at responding to the company's kind of full argument against our case. And staggering seems to me to make sense. I mean, there is some precedent for it. The NRG case had staggered briefs in it. Bob Shea had done that. So we're happy to work with the company. I mean, we don't want to be the cause of delaying the proceeding at all, but having some kind of, simultaneous briefs make sense in a way if parties are all addressing kind of the same issues. And here there really is a little bit of a disconnect. We're not addressing most of the company's issues, and the company may address ours in the initial brief, but let's say they file an initial brief. Their reply brief is going to be 100% addressing our issues, right? Because in the initial briefs, nobody else is going to oppose any aspect of the company's proposal other than MIT, which means the company's reply brief will be 100% focused on MIT's proposal. And if it's simultaneous, we don't have a shot at responding to that. Whether the company gets another shot, I don't really care about that, as long as we get a shot at responding to Eversource's full case against us. That's where we're coming from.
So I was looking last night at different briefing schedules, and predominantly it is simultaneous and there's two steps, but I did look at the Sudbury Hudson case back in Steve August days, and there were simultaneous initial briefs, all parties, and he actually provided a note, which I'll go into in a second. And then it was reply briefs of interveners, and then it was a reply brief of the company. So it was a three-step process, somewhat inverted from what you described, Donna. But he said in that ordering memo that the citing board encourages all parties to address all relevant issues during their initial briefs, and sort of not to lie in the weeds. That's my words, not his words. The rest were his words. Rather than waiting to address the issues for the first time in reply briefs, he said by doing so, the citing board will have the benefit of reviewing the full range of parties initial arguments as well as their respective positions of opposing parties, so that the issues will be more fully joined. That's what he said at the time. So I don't know if that's an acceptable model to John. That was used in a prior case by the siting board that had some contested issues on routing for sure. You know, we could live with that.
Well, the NRG case is very different. I mean, that's sort of the worst of all worlds for us, because we file simultaneous briefs, right? Then we're filing a brief in response to the company's initial brief. Then you get a shot at responding to everything we said, both in the initial brief and reply brief. And again, I'm just concerned about seeing some of the, I'm not talking about laying in the weeds, but you know, the folk in the initial brief, I would assume the company's focus is going to be primarily on the 90% of the case that we don't oppose. So will they put everything in, all their arguments against our case? I don't know, maybe. I'm not saying do anything deliberately. It's just a matter of limited time and limited resources. And so it seems to me the reply brief is where companies really going to put in all of their arguments against us, and we want to have at least a limited time to respond to that. And the NRG, do you have the, I don't know if I have it in front of me, Dave. The NRG, it was different. The interveners filed first.
I have it, John, if you want me to.
That's a more recent precedent.
Right. So there, in that case, it was staggered. Interveners went first, then the petitioner, then interveners, and the petitioner. The hearing officer said, in a highly contested proceeding, staggered briefing schedule provides a means of achieving greater clarity and sharper focus on the issues in this case than with simultaneous brief. Hearing officer Shea did acknowledge, as Mr. Rosenzweig said, that they're while common in the D.P.U, they're less common in the siting board, but they have been used before. And in this particular case, which was before Sudbury, he cited to a transmission line case by Eversource. So it certainly has been done, and we think it's more appropriate for this matter.
Well, I guess I would say, but I have a preference for staggered, in part by even more ancient precedent in front of the D.P.U, where an unnamed assistant attorney general put all his arguments in his reply brief when we were very close to the end of the 6-month suspension period, to the detriment of everyone else who was participating.
So that sounds like a 4-step process. If there was going to be initial, then reply, then reply. And so that raises a timing concern, because we're obviously pushing to move things ahead as quickly as possible. But even there, it would seem like the order would be we go second, and that's second and fourth, and the interveners would go first and third. We have to be given the last opportunity. I mean, I think that just part of our due process rights is carrying the burden that we get to open and close. If you were going to go through a completely staggered sequence of briefing.
Given the company often begins its initial preparation of its initial brief fairly early, what would your estimate be, David, for the amount of time the company would need for an initial brief?
Yeah, I'm
not
getting to the sequence.
Under time. I'm just saying, yeah, kind of in terms of figuring out how we could deal with the overall timing, much less the sequence. What would you expect?
Right. Well, the reason why I'm pausing on that is because if our initial brief is going to be preceded by, if it's going to be at the outset alone, we could have it in 2.5, 3 weeks, something like that. But if we're in a staggered mode and we're going to be in part responding to intervener arguments, then it would it would probably be a week longer than that.
May I ask a question, Donna?
Sure, John.
David, how would you respond to John's concern that he does have an opportunity to, respond to whatever argument that the company makes regarding the MIT alternatives? Like, how would a schedule accommodate that concern?
It would be the normal way it's accommodated, even in a sequential briefing, which is he would see the arguments we make in our brief, whether it's simultaneous or not, and then he has an opportunity to respond. If we're going sequential, my point is that if he's got further argument to make, we should have the right, we need to have the right to respond to those further arguments he makes. And I don't even think John was contesting that. So I was of a mindset that we would do simultaneous because the majority of cases have been done that way. But if it's not going to be simultaneous, then we have to be in the position of addressing arguments that he makes that we have not yet addressed or had the opportunity to address.
Would the company then address MIT's alternative routes in its initial brief?
Oh, for sure. For sure. But to be clear about that, until we see all his arguments, I can't say we've made every argument we would want to make against those proposed routes. I mean, it's sort of a, it's a two-edged coin.
Exactly, yeah. Right.
And even though my expectation would be that addressing the MIT proposals and the MIT route variations is not the largest part of the overall case, it might still result in a fair amount of text needing to be produced.
Right. I mean, frankly, initial briefs, whether there's contested issues or not, often exceed 200 pages because there's so many issues and the record gets so large. And in this case, I can see that being the case. That's what would happen. And if we were doing an initial brief, on routing, that'd probably be 40 or 50 pages of 200 plus pages of different things on need and alternatives and mitigating environmental impacts and consistency with policies of the Commonwealth. All of these have their place in our brief that John may not have to address. So it's not that I'm looking for more time. I'm just saying that the routing issues really come down to the contested issues as it's going to play out. I mean, we'll describe our process, but that is actually a part of our briefing in all likelihood in terms of why our routes are compliant with the site and word standards. So yeah, we would be addressing that in the initial brief, but that wouldn't be the last word that we would want to have on it for sure.
Well, I anticipated that there would be a need for both of you to have the ability to reply to whatever is in each other's initial briefs. How would you react to staggered initial and simultaneous replies?
I actually think that's a bad thing for the staff because I think you get better joining of the issues if after reply brief, each party has had a chance to address not just sort of their initial foray, but their response to the briefs on that particular issue once they've been filed. So I don't think that's a good way to go, and that's why if we're going in a staggered way, we want the right to go last to wrap it up.
So what we normally, I'm confused about that last comment. I'm sorry. We normally get simultaneous replies, so that's right. Pretty standard,
right?
And so I'm confused why that would be a disadvantage for staff.
But I thought Donna was talking about that it wouldn't be a simultaneous initial brief.
Yeah, that's what she had said.
Right.
Yeah, so if you want to go simultaneous initial and some simultaneous reply, we wouldn't have an argument with that. It's if there's staggered initial briefs and then simultaneous replies, I don't know that we will have seen every argument that MIT will have made unless we have the last opportunity. We may only see their best arguments or their most cutting arguments in the simultaneous version.
MIT is going to, the only issue we're going to address are our issues, right? So our brief is going to lay out every argument that we have on that. And I think, as David said, that's going to be the first time they see our entire argument. We kind of know some of the facts, but you got to put it together in the briefs. That's going to be the first time they see it. And then whatever their next reply is, they're going to take on all those arguments. Our problem is that's going to be the first time we see all of Eversource's arguments. And so we want to have a chance to respond to that. I don't object to Eversource having the last word, because as long as we've seen Eversource's basic, if we've seen the bulk of their arguments, we have a shot to respond to them. That's fine. It's more, the concern is more that, that there are 3 or 4 arguments. We say, oh man, we think they're wrong on this, or the fact's wrong, something like that, but we can't do anything about it because, and on this, if it's simultaneous reply briefs. So I think that's, we're happy to cooperate any way we can. That's the concern that we have. And any briefing schedule, obviously we do whatever you tell us to, but any briefing schedule that gives us that chance would be what we would prefer.
Yeah, well, one other distinction I think here is we've had a fully developed record with, there isn't new evidence we're going to be presenting, or much of our evidence was in the way of criticisms in the argument against the MIT routes, and MIT filed initial testimony and server rebuttal testimony, and sort of the issues are already joined on the record. It's not like there's going to be any revelations in the briefing. So I
don't underestimate you, David. Maybe there will be.
No.
Well, even if we set it up so that it's staggered with a company reply, certainly any of the intervener councils could move for a need for additional briefing if in fact everything's not covered. I'm not suggesting that I'm endorsing that. I'm just saying that has happened more than once in the past. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, we're kind of arguing to a certain extent an hypothetical here. Assuming everyone's going to put their best foot forward in their initial briefs, everybody should have an opportunity to reply to one another. So it's kind of hypothetical here. If we did staggered initial and then simultaneous reply, and assuming everybody does put their arguments in their initial briefs, then you would have a chance to reply to each other, and then if there were some argument that was held back somehow, there's always motions.
Right, and we're off the record. I don't want to suggest anyway that David is going to deliberately hold back arguments. I just mean that the focus in the initial brief is going to be primarily on the other issues, and the focus of the reply brief is going to be 100% on the MIT issues, which means it'll be a more fulsome argument. So I'm not saying they're going to do anything, sneaky or anything like that. It's just the reality of the situation is that, the reply brief will be 100% on MIT issues. I just think there'll be more there than there'll be in the initial brief, but I can't, that's just a theory. I agree. It's a hypothetical.
And Donna, when you made reference to the D.P.U process with staggered briefs, that does usually, that is the AG going first, the company going second, then the AG, and then the company. I've never seen the proponent being in the position of not having the briefing last word. If there's staggered briefing, I've not seen that in 35 years.
Yeah, and that's why I'm suggesting, David, that's in one reason that I'm saying simultaneous reply. That takes away the problem of nobody's going last here. Which is what we normally do, right? We normally do a simultaneous reply.
Right. So then the question is, who goes first before that? Do we use the Steve August, Sudbury Hudson model, or some other hybrid of that?
Well,
at least someone has proposed doing a company brief, then a party's initial brief, then a party's reply, and then a company reply at the end.
To me, that doesn't really get us anything. I mean, I think if that was the alternative, I would just say do everything simultaneously, because under that scenario, we go first, they respond.
No, they go first.
They go first. Yeah, they go first. We respond. Then they go. Then we go. And all right. Tell me again how that would work. I'm sorry, John. Maybe I misunderstood.
Well, no, there was a suggestion from someone else that it be companies, and then the company's initial brief, then the party's initial brief, then the company's reply, then the party's reply, and then a company reply letter.
Okay. Yeah.
That would be a very long schedule. I think that's
it
one
would
thing we recognize.
Right. I think that's a bridge too far, process-wise, if nothing else.
So let me put it this way. Do you think the company and the intervener council would be able to work out a potential briefing schedule that would meet their needs and then present it, which I'm raising at least partly because, we're working around multiple holidays. And so while of course we care, we're somewhat less directly involved in the production process during that time.
I don't think David and I talked last night, and we've been, I think, working pretty cooperatively, but I'm not sure that we can. I mean, right?
Yeah, I didn't expect this complexity on the briefing schedule. I thought something off the shelf was going to work rather than a novel approach. But
maybe we should do I'm sorry, go ahead.
But I want, if I was going to plant my flag anywhere, it's that the company needs to have the last word. And I guess I care, but I wouldn't feel as strongly about the sequence before that.
And maybe we should do baseball arbitration, and each one of us give you a proposal, and you pick it. You pick one. I mean, we can talk again, David, you and I, but I mean, I understand where you're coming from, and I think we just have kind of different interests in this, and ultimately, it's the board's decision. If you want us to each give you a proposal, that makes it, easier, or you want to do your own, but I don't think we're going to be able to come up with an agreement. Yeah, I mean.
I mean, John, with the D.P.U rate case model, does that work?
So that would be what? Tell me that.
That's usually it's AG company. So in this case, it's MIT company.
AG company. How similar is that to the NRG model?
I'm not familiar with that.
I was asking what our guys.
I mean, the problem, but again, the problem with that NRG model, though it's staggered, is that I think what John DeTore said earlier, we are akin to a petitioner in the sense that we are proposing routes here. So this isn't just us objecting to certain things about the route and saying, well, they need to do this more. We're proposing new routes. So in that aspect, we're a petitioner. So even the NRG model doesn't work. The one I just heard still puts us in a situation where we don't have a chance to respond to their reply brief. And we've all done millions of briefs, and no one's saying anyone's going to lie in the weeds, but we've all written reply briefs. Reply briefs are the first time you get to see the other party's legal position in a brief. So it's definitely going to be more focused. And, we wouldn't have a shot then at responding to that. We're only going to respond to their initial brief, which will have some of this, but it won't be taking us on like they do in the reply brief. That's my 2 cents.
But David, I don't think you're a petitioner. Legally, we're the petitioner, and we have the burden of proof. And you're trying to get yourself as close to that as you can, but you're legally not there. And so I think that analogy is off the mark.
Well, I'm not sure I agree with that, but
yeah,
it's not for me to decide.
So if you guys, I definitely understand David's point that you're both essentially presenting your own case, consistent with your own witnesses, even though I would agree they're not petitioners, David. Let's, since it's unlikely that we're going to have an agreement, I think what I will end up doing is sending out a schedule by email, which I would have to do anyway, because not all the interveners have been present during the hearings. So and not clearly necessarily reviewing the transcripts. So to ensure that they were at least aware of the schedule, I'd have to do that anyway.
Thanks for listening to us.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So maybe one thing we could ask is whether there are any particular dates besides the obvious holidays that we should really avoid. Do people have other things that you really want to avoid, or we would do, start the briefing in 3 weeks kind of thing, which is kind of standard timing.
I'd like to be done. Well, big work around me. I mean, I have a vacation scheduled for January 6th, but other than work, I think we're all ready to work through the the holidays. Probably want to take off Christmas, but other than that,
we are not
working.
And Mr. Olson, anything in particular, or any comment from you on City of Cambridge?
We'll work with the schedule that the company and MIT and obviously in the siting board comes up with. So I mean, obviously I don't want to work on Christmas either if I don't have to. So but otherwise we'll work with what you all come up with.
So I would say, at least when I was originally looking at dates in terms of maybe a 3-2-1 schedule, that would have been looking at, given there are no record requests, perhaps a company brief on December 7th, a reply on December 21st, intervener brief on December 21st, and a reply on January 2nd, which at least avoided most of the holidays and gave some extra time on the last part.
Yeah, I mean,
I think those dates are fine. It's just going to be, again, the sequence that's important to me.
So you're talking about the company and then intervener. So the company would file first. We would file our initial brief. Then the company would file a reply brief.
Simultaneous.
And then we
right.
file.
On
What?
the, say, January 2nd, Joan's thinking about simultaneous replies.
Oh, simultaneous replies. Okay. All right. Let me think about that.
So why don't, go ahead, Joan.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to say one other thing if I could, please. So, obviously we have two motions in front of us for renoticing. And, depending on the rulings on those motions and any subsequent noticing, obviously there could be an additional piece of process here that's really undefined right now. But we don't want to hold up the briefing for that. There might be something else that we will have to do subsequent to these hearings, but everybody's aware of that there could be additional process.
Understood.
Yeah, I mentioned it this morning, but not when we were on the record.
Before I was there. Sorry about that.
No, no problem. So long-suffering Alan,
Yeah, right.
why don't we go back on the record?
He's not getting paid for this.
Just getting great pleasure.
So, I'd like to thank Mr. Rosenzweig for his motion to move the exhibits into the record, and I will so move them at this time. We've had an off-the-record discussion with regard to the briefing schedule, which has been inconclusive. I anticipate sending out a email to the parties setting the briefing schedule. In the interim, if either of the parties have additional thoughts that they want to express with regard to the briefing schedule, they should do so expeditiously, because I'd like to try and send out that email tomorrow. In addition, of course, the briefing schedule does not preclude the possibility of additional process depending on the ruling that we will make with regard to both the company and MIT's motions for supplemental notices to be issued. The issuance of a supplemental notice obviously raises the potential for requests for additional participation in this proceeding, which we would accommodate and which would require some additional modification of the procedural schedule that we would set. Is there anything else anyone would like to say before we close for today? I see lots of equally unhappy faces, so that's probably a good sign.
No, we would want to thank the staff and frankly all parties for, I think, a very cooperative proceeding, a very efficient and thorough consideration of the issues.
I would agree with that. Our unhappiness is because it's over.
Well, we'll see what happens with supplemental notices. We may all see each other again.
We have more hearings coming up, John.
All right. Well, on that note, I appreciate everybody participating. I anticipate I will hear more from all of you, and I am closing the hearing for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.